assembly and maintenance. Today's spacewalk is scheduled to begin at 6:35 a.m. Central Time. Today's spacewalkers are NASA's Bob Bенken, who is on the right of your screen in the airlock. He is EV-1, or Spacewalker 1, and he'll be wearing red stripes around the legs on his spacesuit. And his helmet camera number is 18. Chris Kэssidi is EV-2 today, and he'll have on a plain white suit with the helmet camera number 20. Both astronauts have previously completed 9 spacewalks, making today the 10th time both Bob Bенken and Chris Kэssidi have been in the vacuum of space. Helping the crew out inside the airlock this morning, closest to your screen, is NASA astronaut Doug Hurley. And behind him, you saw Yvonne Wagner, a Roscosmos cosmonaut. They are helping the astronauts get suited up this morning, and they'll also help them move to the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. The International Space Station is currently flying 262 miles over the North Pacific Ocean. During today's spacewalk, the crew will install a new external storage space for robotic equipment. They'll also remove 2 H fixtures for future power system upgrades and prepare the Node 3 end cone for future installation of the NanoRacks airlock. Additionally, they will route power cables on the outside of the space station. As we mentioned, you're getting a live look at the Quest airlock. There are 2 portions of the Quest airlock, the equipment lock and the crew lock. Currently, the astronauts are in the equipment lock portion. This is where they put on their spacesuits, conduct their pre-breathe routine, and attach their SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. Once they're prepared to begin the spacewalk today, the astronauts will move to the crew lock portion. That's the outermost part of the Quest airlock for final communication and suit systems checks with the ground. They will then change their suits to internal battery power, and that starts our timer of today's spacewalk.
Maddox ladder replacement back into EMU pre-breathe in step 16.
Copy, step 16.
And we're about 32 minutes left on the pre-breathe, just for...
Copy.
You just heard NASA's Doug Hurley discuss pre-breathing. That consists of 2 phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. In the second phase, the crew gets in their spacesuits, as you see them now, and they conduct something called ILE, or in-suit light exercise, which just completed before we went live. They move their arms and legs ever so slightly, raising their metabolic rate. This helps speed up getting rid of the excess nitrogen in the suit. As you can see, the astronauts are preparing Bob Benken's SAFER. That's the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. The SAFER is essentially like a jetpack. It's used in case the crew were to become detached from the space station. However, that's never the plan, as they are always connected via a tether. As the astronauts continue preparing their suits, a little more information about the suit itself. At nominal pressure, the suit is about 4.3 pounds per square inch. To put that into context, the atmosphere pressure we are used to here on Earth is about 14.7 psi. That is also the pressure of the inside of the space station, and it has a mixed oxygen and nitrogen environment, again, much like we experience on Earth. The 4.3 psi inside the suit is very similar to what you might experience at about 30,000 feet elevation. This low pressure in the spacesuit allows much more flexibility for the astronauts, which is critical because they need to constantly flex their rigid gloves during the spacewalk. Another look at what our astronauts will be accomplishing today. Recently, Benken and Kэssиди have been focused on battery upgrades to the International Space Station. We saw that completed, or at least for that power channel, on our most recent spacewalk last Thursday. The astronauts were focused on removing older nickel-hydrogen batteries and replacing them with new lithium-ion batteries. Because they so quickly moved through their tasks in those first 3 spacewalks, today we're looking at an entirely new set of tasks.
Go ahead and check and make sure that you have access to your deploy lever.
As you can see, NASA's Bob Benken is now moving into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Astronauts train for spacewalks like you will see today here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They use something called the NBL, or the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. The NBL is essentially a very large pool with a mock-up of the space station inside. This allows the simulation of the feel of microgravity for the astronauts to move around in spacesuits and learn what it's like to work in that environment. The Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory is 40 feet deep and holds 6.2 million gallons of water. Everything is moving smoothly this morning as the crew continues preparing to head outside the hatch on today's spacewalk. After Chris Kэssidi is moved into place inside the crew lock portion of the airlock, the hatches between the crew lock and the equipment lock will be closed. Depressurization will begin inside the crew lock portion, and the spacewalk will officially begin once the astronauts switch their suits to internal battery power. A little more detailed look at some of the tasks to be completed today. The first is the installation of the RITS, or Robotics Tool Storage. This is a protective storage unit outside the space station for tools, and it'll provide thermal and physical protection. Inside the RITS is the Robotics External Leak Locator, actually two of them. Those are attached to the inside by NASA astronaut Doug Hurley. The REL, or Robotics External Leak Locator, can be picked up by Dexter, which is the hand of the Canadarm2, and can be used to detect ammonia leaks on the space station. This helps prevent astronauts from doing extra spacewalks. Right now, you're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas at Johnson Space Center. Leading today's teams is Flight Director Allison Bollinger. You see her in the blue shirt near the bottom of your screen. To her right is Joshua Kutrick, a Canadian Space Agency astronaut. He will be the ground IV. He'll be the person relaying the tasks from the ground to the astronauts during today's spacewalk. Speaking with the astronauts before they leave the hatch and as they re-enter is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who recently returned from the International Space Station just last year. And today's lead spacewalk officer is Sandra Moore. She oversees the team monitoring all of the suit information and helps walk through the procedures and discusses that information with teams on the ground. Back inside the Quest airlock, you can see NASA astronaut Krris Kässidi preparing to be moved into the crew lock portion. Wagner on your left and Hurley on your right, attaching that simplified aid for EVA rescue. NASA astronaut and commander of the International Space Station, Krris Kässidi, now being moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Things are progressing smoothly this morning for the start of the spacewalk. Other tasks that the astronauts are looking to accomplish today includes the removal of two H fixtures. These were used for ground processing of the solar arrays prior to launch, and they will be necessary for removal for future power system upgrades. On the July 1st spacewalk, the astronauts tried to remove these fixtures with a bar to pry it out, along with some tools that were used for the alpha magnetic spectrometer upgrades earlier this year. Those didn't work out, so the astronauts are back today with a 3D printed wedge, yes, 3D printed in space, that they'll combine with a wrench-like tool to try and remove the fixtures. Another major task today is the preparation for the arrival of a NanoRacks airlock. This will be the first commercial airlock to launch on a SpaceX rocket later this fall. It'll be attached to Node 3, or Tranquility. That's the life support system space on the International Space Station. And with both Benken and Kässidi inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner closes the hatch between them.
On one, in step 73, verified that both the gamma cap and the emergency empath are in the proper configuration.
Copy that. And Doug, step 74 is in work.
Copy that. We will hold at step 76. I'm showing about 12 minutes left on the pre-breathe.
We concur, Doug. Thanks.
In Houston, if you're good with it, we can put step 81 and then 82 in work.
Checking. And Doug, you have a go for that.
Copy.
All of the work the astronauts have done over the previous 3 spacewalks has certainly paid off, and they are already 30 minutes ahead of today's timeline. In about 10 minutes, we'll be looking for the go for depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. NASA astronaut and spacewalker 1 today, or EV1, Bob Bенken, will open the hatch and the hatch thermal cover.
Station canisters 12 and 20 are removed. Temp stowed in node 1.
Copy 12 and 20 and node 1. Thank you. As we await the start of depressurization, you've got a live view of NASA astronaut Doug Hurley and Roscosmos cosmonaut Ivan Wagner inside the Quest airlock as the International Space Station flies 266 statute miles over Argentina. You may remember the recent arrival, just about a month and a half ago, of Bенken, one of our spacewalkers today, and Hurley, here in the blue-gray shirt, aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program and the first launch of humans from American soil in nearly 9 years. Things are moving smoothly this morning as we prepare to get Bob Bенken and Chris Kэssidi outside of the Quest airlock. This is the 4th spacewalk for the two spacewalkers together. It is actually both of their 10th spacewalk overall. And it's the final spacewalk planned before Bob Bенken returns with Doug Hurley on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Splashdown of that spacecraft is scheduled for August 2nd this year.
Airlock, we are in step 76, show pre-breathe time complete. We're awaiting your go at the completion of step 76 for step 77.
And good morning, Doug and the rest of the team. We are with you. 76 is complete. Your hot mic on Space Ground 1, and your go to pick up in 77.
Morning, Ann. Good to talk to you. We'll pick up in 77. Okay, Chris, for you, check the depress pump power switch is in the off position.
Depress pump power is off.
Check the depress pump enable LED is on.
Depress pump enable LED is on.
Houston Station, step 80 for your go to get into the cue card.
And Station, you are go for crew lock depress.
Happy go for the depress. Okay, Chris, on the UIA, take the depress pump power switch to on.
Depress pump power is on.
As you heard, the NASA astronauts are now go for depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They are communicating with NASA astronaut Ann McClain here on the ground.
Expect an alert tone, and monitor suit pressure gauge is less than 5.5.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is open. Copy the key.
Ann McClain was selected by NASA in 2013, and she has 2 spacewalks under her belt. She'll be the one communicating with the astronauts while they're still in the airlock.
And for both of you, when it gets to 6 psi, you'll expect an alert tone, and Chris, when you hit 5, you'll take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close.
Copy.
Depressurization continues nominally as the International Space Station flies 271 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean. During depress, the airlock will be taken down from 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, which is the same pressure of what we experience on Earth, all the way to a vacuum in preparation for the Quest airlock hatch to be opened to the outside. Another live look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Teams of flight controllers monitoring the station systems and the spacewalkers themselves. We're currently in a satellite handover. The International Space Station uses the TDRS, or Tracking Data and Relay Satellite System. These are tracked, and we will shortly regain communication with the space station.
Tone at 6.
6.
The crew lock has reached 6 pounds per square inch of pressure inside. A reminder, we'll be taking that down to a vacuum. The suits themselves are operated at 4.3 pounds per square inch. That allows for flexibility within the suits.
You should be coming up on 5 here pretty quick.
At 5.3. 5.2.
Okay, I'm showing 5 inside. Go ahead and take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Okay, on your DCM, go ahead and switch display status until leak check is displayed, and then follow the instructions.
Leak check, wait for EV1. Leak check, wait for EV2. Leak check complete for EV1. Leak check complete for EV2.
You two get leak checks. Check that your O2 actuator is an EVA.
O2 position is EVA for EV1. O2 position is EVA for EV2.
See both in EVA. Chris, for you, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open and expect the tone.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
Okay, for both of you, monitor your suit pressure gauges. Less than 5.5 PSI, and Bob, you guys can go ahead with your tether checks.
Copy. Okay, on my left side, I can verify my waist tether is closed and locked to my D-ring extender, and then that is closed and locked to the airlock D-ring extender. On my right side, my red reel, red hook is closed and locked on the D-ring extender. The waist tether that's directly to my suit is closed and locked onto that red reel. The reel is in unlock, and I've got the yellow hook on my menu workstation. Okay, and for EV2 coming off the airlock D-ring extender, I have my waist tether anchor hook closed and locked. Leading strap looks good. Small hook is closed and locked on my right. D-ring extender coming off my left. D-ring extender is a red hook closed and locked. With load leading strap. The Urcum reel is unlocked and the yellow hook is stowed on my mini workstation. I can also report 3 good low alleviating straps.
Copy all. That's for you. When the screw lock pressure is 2 psi, you can take the depress pump manual isolation valve to close, and I'll back you up on that as well.
Copy. Close at 2.
NASA astronauts Chris Kэssidi and Bob Bенken reporting to the ground the current configuration of their tethers as we progress through depress and prepare for exit of the Quest airlock.
Point 1.
Copy. That syncs up well with what I have.
Point 0 coming closed.
Copy. Depress pump manual isolation valve coming closed.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Okay. Take the depress pump power switch to off.
Depress pump power switch is off.
Okay. Next is for you, Bob. Wait until we get the alert tone and EV hatch delta pressure is less than 0.5 psi.
Copy. I'll house the bags and roots for you. It's okay. I can get to about here. I can get unlatch the hatch and then start rotating it. I think then I can go up high. We'll see how that works. Okay, copy. This is a big piece of hardware. Indeed.
It looks pretty cozy in there.
Chris with all of his friends right there. Yeah. Yep. Got some ritzy friends.
As depressurization continues, another look at what today's spacewalk will hold. Today, the crew will install a new external storage space for robotic equipment. They will also remove 2 H fixtures for future power system upgrades. They will prepare the Node 3 or Tranquility end cone for future installation of the NanoRacks airlock and route power cables on the outside of the station. This was initially scheduled to be a battery removal and replacement spacewalk. However, during the first 3 spacewalks, the astronauts moved so swiftly that they completed those tasks in the previous July 16th spacewalk. There's still one lithium-ion battery that needs an upgrade after it failed last year. The spacewalk to replace that battery is scheduled tentatively for later this year.
Yeah, Doug, what are we showing in there? It looks like 0.5 to me on the gauge.
It's showing about 31. Technically, we're supposed to be less than 0.5, so about 5 inches, 4 inches of mercury, we should be good. Or just let it click over a little bit more, and then you can try to hatch.
Okay.
Okay, Bob, I'm showing less than 0.5 in here. EV hatch open and stow.
Okay. Good work.
And the crew is calling depressurization complete, preparing to open the hatch.
It's like the lock lever is stuck. There we go.
Oh, I heard and felt you open it.
Yep, it's open.
And the hatch is now open.
Emergency MPEV's coming closed. And let me know when you have it stowed, Bob.
Okay, the hatch is stowed.
Okay, copy that. With that, you guys go out and enjoy your 10th EVAs. That's awesome to be a part of. And I'll hand you over to Houston.
Thanks, Doug.
Thanks, Doug and Chris and Bob.
Houston Station, they're all yours.
Thanks, Doug. Bob and Chris, good morning. Gentlemen, how do you hear me?
Loud and clear, Josh, help me.
Yeah, I have you loud and clear as well. We'll just keep on going so you can both switch your power switches to BAT. We'll expect a warning tone, and please check the display switches are functional.
And Chris, you've got Josh loud and clear as well. If I do, I'll need to hit EV1 coming to bat. EV1 display switch is functional.
Copy, EV1.
EV2 and bat. Display switch. The display is blank.
Copy, Chris. We understand display is
It doesn't respond.
Does not respond to switch throws. It's visually.
Copy, Chris. We're looking at it. We may be doing a reset standby one.
Copy, Chris. We're looking at it. We may be.
NASA astronaut Chris Kässidi currently having a little difficulty with the display on his spacesuit. Teams here on the ground are troubleshooting to help us move forward with today's spacewalk.
And, okay, Chris, it looks like we're going to press ahead with a power warm reset. Bob, we wanted to suggest you close the thermal cover while we do this. And Chris, you can meet us on check cuff list page 28. You're probably there.
Yeah, with you. Go ahead and you guide me through it, Josh.
Copy, Chris. So in that warm restart for ComFair, I'm going to lead you through steps starting at your 4.3 all the way to the end of the page. And if you unexpectedly lose COM during this, you can use the cuff checklist to complete it. I copy you're already there on page 28. All right, so we're already in BAT. Bob, we think we see the thermal cover come unclosed. We'd like it closed. And then for Chris, we can switch your power.
Gosh, I'm working on that. It's just a...
Copy, Bob. No problem.
I just have to mostly egress the airlock to... I'm on the SCU still, so how critical is that?
Okay, Bob, just no
Here
need
comes,
to...
power EV2, Josh.
15 seconds to hand over. Let's just wait for the handover, Chris.
Yeah.
And Bob, if it didn't get through, we're fine with the thermal cover. Just leave it.
And a quick handover as teams here in Mission Control Houston continue to troubleshoot Chris Kæssidi's displays. The voice you hear now speaking with the astronauts is ground IV Joshua Kutrick. You see him there in the white in the center. Kutrick is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
And Chris, I think we're back with you. If you hear me, we're ready on the UIA to take your EV power to off.
UIA EV2 power coming off.
A-firm, check the LED goes off.
LED is off.
Copy off. A couple of cautionary words for you in this procedure. The fan and power is going to come off for 7 seconds. While the fan's off, you'll be without cooling and CO2. So overheating is something to think about, and fogging. There'll be no COM until you take the power back to BAT. If the fan operation is delayed and not restored, going back to BAT, you always have the option of your helmet purge valve. I'm sure you understand that.
Copy all.
Perfect. Second reminder is just to have a look down, make sure you can remind yourself on where the power and the fan switches are in case you need them.
When to go.
Roger that. On the DCM, Chris, you can switch your fan to off. Expect the fan switch off tone.
And coming off.
Roger that. You should expect that tone in about 7 seconds.
Hands off.
Copy. You can move your display switch to Pro.
Wrote the message.
Copy. Display switch to Pro when you have that message, and then when you're ready, you can switch your power on your DCM, Chris, to SCU.
Coming to SCU.
Roger. This will power down your suit. You'll wait 7 seconds and then bring it back to bat.
This view from the International Space Station as it flies 261 statute miles over China. Chris Kэssidi is now turning off and then on his suit battery power again to attempt to troubleshoot those display issues.
And display is functional.
Copy, Chris. We have you loud and clear. Good news. You can take the fan to on.
The fan's on.
Okay, so with that, we're now ready to keep on going. Chris, on the UIA, let's take power for EV1 and 2 to off and check that all 4 LEDs go off.
Power EV1 and EV2 switches are off. All 4 LEDs are off.
Copy, Chris. Chris and Bob, you can both disconnect your SCUs, install the DCM covers, install your SCUs in the pouch. Just let me know when that's done.
In work. Complete for EV1.
Copy.
Complete EV2.
Copy. Chris, you can check if the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is confirmed closed.
Copy. Chris and Bob, temperature control valve to max hot.
EV1 is max hot. Max hot EV2.
Copy. EV1 and 2, you can switch water to on.
EV1 water is on. EV2 water on.
Roger. EV1 and 2, check DCM is blank, byte off.
EV1 DCM is blank, bytes off. EV2 DCM blank, byte off.
EV1 and 2, temperature control valve as desired.
EV1 is 5. EV2 is 5.
Copy. EV1 and 2, check your suit pressure gauge. Let me know what the value is.
4.2 for EV1. 4.2 for EV2.
I copy 4.2 and 4.2. Visors as required. It's daylight out.
Copy. Visor set for EV1. Need to go for EV2 as well.
Okay, with that, we had a look at the suit parameters. Everything checks out, and so we're ready to start going with the procedures themselves. First order of business is a baseline half check for EV1 and 2.
my half is dry for baseline for V1.
AV2 half dry.
Copy that. With that, Bob, we're ready for you to open the cover is open. Egress with your medium or U-bag, and a reminder to have just a look at that pip pin as you go by it to see if it's changed from last time.
Copy. I have the medium or U-bag. Dressing. Yeah, that pip pin is popped out a little bit. Push it back in.
Copy and concur.
And the spacewalk officially began this morning at 6:12 a.m. Central Time, 7:12 a.m. Eastern Time. That's when the astronauts switched their suits on internal battery power. There was a little bit of troubleshooting with Chris Kэssidi's suit display, and they recycled the display control module. Everything is operating smoothly now as the astronauts prepare to egress the hatch.
I've got the medium or U-bag onto my BRT.
Copy, Bob. Next, we'll take a safety tether load alleviating strap inspection. You're on the forward D-ring.
Yeah, load alleviating strap looks good for both tethers, forward and aft.
We copy good inspections on both. Thanks for that. And Bob, when you're ready, you can do your tether config, your yellow hook going to the safety tether reel on the forward D-ring.
Shouldn't work. My yellow hook is closed and locked onto the reel on the forward D-ring.
And we copy, Bob. Next, using a tether, you can take the green hook back to your red reel.
Okay, I've got the green hook closed and locked onto my red reel. Again, the reel is unlocked. And green reel is also unlocked.
Copy, Bob. Bob, you're in a good config. You can release the waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy.
Want me to get it?
Yeah.
Here it comes, Bob.
Copy. Ready.
Find my yellow hook out there, too.
And Bob, once you're released, you can give Chris a go to pass out Ritz.
Hey, Chris, your yellow hook is closed and locked onto the green reel. I gave him the inspection, and the reel is verified unlocked. Want me to move it as well? We'll have to move. We'll have to move it when you get out here.
Okay, no problem. So
I'm ready for rips.
All right, and I'm go to release my waist tether, correct?
You are negative. Don't release your waist tether. I think we want to get the anchor of the green hook onto you. Yeah, you're good. You can release your tether. You just don't have the green hook configured.
Okay, I concur. That's basically like a config that we have later in the... Yeah. All right. Waist tether. Just need to clear the waist tether of the path for rips, that's all.
Okay.
All right. The waist tether's removed. And here it comes. So you got it?
Got a hold of rips.
Got a hold of rips.
Working on a tether for rips.
I copy that.
I have rips tethered.
You have rips tethered. I'm coming out. I can't reach the airlock just from this spot. So.
Okay. I have control of rips.
You have control of rips.
As you can see, the astronauts have egressed the airlock, or exited the airlock. International Space Station flying 263 statute miles over the Bering Sea.
I see you releasing the airlock tether.
Airlock tether. Released. They hook it up. Back into the extender.
Roger.
Mind holding it just for a second? I'll do my green hook.
Yeah, I've still got rips.
You still got it. Okay, picking up. Okay, Josh, I have my green hook attached to my pack.
Copy.
Working on my BRT tether.
Copy.
I can verify all three of Chris's mini workstation tabs. 2 mini workstations and the BRT tab are all up.
Copy, Bob, on the Chris's tabs.
Tethered.
BRT. Okay, I have it, Bob. Got it. Release your go to release your tether.
Okay. The tether is released.
Okay. Back away a little bit so I can see you. I see you on your safer handle. And this manual isolation valve is down as well. BRT tabs 2, or mini workstation tabs 2 and 1 BRT tab, both are up.
Okay.
And
if you could check that hook that goes to my suit is closed and locked.
you bet. Okay, there's the thermal cover.
Copy, thermal cover.
And
On the right side,
this guy right here,
directly to the suit.
exactly. I couldn't see it. Okay. Confirmed. Bob's right waist tether is closed and locked on his ring.
Copy, thanks, Chris.
Get a good green light on your WBS.
In. You as well. Green light for EV1.
Copy, Chris. And looks like the last check we need is a confirmation on Chris's reels, both of them unlocked.
Okay. I can verify both are unlocked.
Copy, Bob, thanks. And we'll final check that Chris's safer handles both left and right down.
Chris's safer handles both left and right were visually verified they were down. That's a good hand.
Copy, Bob. Thanks for that. Everyone down here is ready. You go to translate. You'll be stopping to take out both of the adjustable fair leads.
And with that, the crew has ensured all their tethers and their tools are in a good configuration before heading out to the first work site of the day. Today's spacewalk beginning at 6:12 a.m. Central Time, 7:12 a.m. Eastern.
Cable all day.
Copy. Copy. Okay, moving out slowly.
Copy. I'm at the
Copy.
adjustables, retrieving them.
Roger, Bob.
Another short handover as the astronauts head out to their first work site of the day at the mobile base system.
Adjustable is retrieved.
Copy.
It's at the mobile base system that the astronauts will install the RITS, or the robotic tool storage. This provides protective storage for the tools outside of the space station and provides thermal and physical protection. This is a permanent installation to the mobile base system.
Can you see the tethers on the seat of light? Or are they clear? Curious.
It looks like mine is clear and yours is still behind.
Okay, copy.
Getting it, or
I'll wait for you to go outboard of it, and
okay.
I think I just need to rise up a little bit on the, or make it better wiggle it.
Copy.
Making sure I don't hit your feet.
Oh, I see. You're way clear. And my tether's clear as well.
You can see there, floating beside Chris Kэssidi is the Ritz. Inside the Ritz, the robotics external robotics tool storage is the RELs. Those are two robotics external leak locators. The RELs can be picked up by the special purpose dexterous manipulator, also known as Dexter. It's essentially the hand of the Canadarm2, and they can be used to detect ammonia leaks on the space station. The Ritz equipment was launched on December 5th, 2019 as part of the SpaceX 19th commercial resupply mission to the International Space Station.
I have arrived at the Cedar Cart.
Copy, Bob. Bob, once the bag's stowed, your next stop will be the MBS beam near WIF 15, and a heads up, there are MMOD strikes there.
Okay, copy that, Josh. Thank you.
Installation of the robotics tool storage, or RITS, that we will see today makes leak location much more streamlined, as the RELs that are currently inside were originally stored inside the space station.
Copy, Chris.
Having them stored outside of the space station helps astronauts avoid going on an extra spacewalk. This view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Bob Bенken, EV-1, or known as the lead spacewalker for today. As you can see, it's dark outside. That means the space station is in an orbital nighttime as it flies 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
The medium ORU bag is tethered to the inboard boot plate, the upward seat cart.
Copy, Bob. We're showing you moving up onto the MBS standard, no touch points there, grapple shafts, pins, and radiative surfaces.
15 in sight. Adjustable onto the medium ORU bag so that Chris will have it. 8 fixtures.
Copy, Bob.
I've got Ritz with 15. I'll wait for Bob to help me verify clocking.
Copy that, Chris. we'll let you guys work it. But
to see you can see that the handrails are parallel to the beam. From my work site, I can't tell that the black lines are lined up.
Bенken has reached WIF 15, or Worksite Interface 15, so now the astronauts will begin putting on the Ritz, installing it to the Mobile Base System, the MBS.
Actuator is in capture.
Actuator is in lock. And giving you WVS for your guys to confirm.
We copy already locked. It's pretty dark on the WVS right now, but we're trying to look. Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to keep my tether on it just for in case we need to move it a little bit.
And Chris, we just want to make sure that we heard you right, that it's already installed and locked. If that's the case, maybe give it a pull test for us.
It is installed and locked. Wiggle, pull, firmed in. I'm just going to leave my tether. I just want another set of eyeballs.
Sounds good.
I can't tell the clocking marks, but it looks like it's in the right orientation with the beam. Just want you to.
Yeah, the clocking marks that I see looks aligned correctly to me. The handrail is aligned directly with this piece of structure on this side, and
my handrail too.
The double line is kind of 90 degrees counterclockwise from the width. The line that I can see.
Yeah.
It looks like it's in that proper orientation to me.
Me too. It's the width 5 and width 15 lines. It's a little bit deceiving out here at night. But to me, this looks like exactly the orientation that they're looking for.
Yeah. And the cables are, I agree, locked.
You agree locked?
Yep.
All right. All right, I'm going to release my tether if you guys concur.
Agree with releasing your tether. It's locked.
Okay, tether's released. Fully installed.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, guys, and we're still not able to see much, but with all your words on the double black lines, we're happy. That sounds like a good install, so we'll proceed with the cable routing.
Copy that.
The cables look right next to you, correct? I see the connector here.
Connector's right there.
And that connector cap looks tethered to me.
And the Ritz, the robotics tool storage, has been installed in Worksite Interface 15.
Tethered to structure out here.
And Bob, from the caps are captive. They're tethered there. An additional reminder is there's a lot of cable in that bundle. We're looking to just take one twist out of it, and then you should be able to make the mates pop at 29 and 30.
All right, Bob has the cap removed from EVA 2, EVA number 2.
Copy. That should take Papa 30 as the mate. Papa 30 to EVA 2.
I see that. You agree, Bob?
I agree.
Pins on the cable side look good. EMI nice and intact. The receptacle looks clean of FOD and normal. Comes the mate.
Copy.
Anyhow, the 90 degree goes this way.
Yeah. Yes, that's good.
Chris Kässidi released 2 caps on these RITS cables and is now mating 2 electrical cables to unused power outlets on the mobile base system. This will enable heaters within the RITS to keep the REL tools from getting too cold.
Grab this guy. Released on the EVA number 1 side. I have APA 29/EVA number 1 cable in my hand.
That's the correct cable.
The pins are straight. The EMI looks intact and normal. That was on the connector side. The optical side, no fog, nice and clean. Here comes the mate if you concur.
We concur, we're ready.
Rails over center. Cable's mated.
Copy, Chris. So, Chris, I'll have you stand by there. We're going to put some checkout steps in work. And, Bob, your call if you want to stay and assist. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to start heading out to the IEA.
Okay, I'll go ahead and head on out. I'll retrieve a camera from the medium ORU bag on my way. And then, looks like there is a pretty good, the cable's pretty well stowed, so that long wire tie going to be the thing you have to stow, not the cable.
Josh, remind me, are you guys content with the cap just dangling on its 5-inch lanyard here, or would you like that secured with the long wire tie as well?
And Chris, we do want it pulled back a little bit, so you should, I'm unable to see, but you should have one wire tie that's sort of hanging as excess there, and that's what the purpose of that wire tie was, to tie the cap back.
Roger that.
And Chris, Bob, copy, you took a camera from the medium ORU bag.
No, I will, though.
Roger. And Chris, just some more words on that cleanup. We do want to tie off both caps, like we mentioned, and then just looking to bundle any excess cable slack onto the RITS wire ties so that it's all bundled nice and tight.
Okay. All of that is in work.
Thanks.
And that completes installation of the RITS, the robotics tool storage. That completes the first task of the day. Meanwhile, Bob Benken has moved on to a cleanup at the Integrated Electronics Assembly work site that he and Kässidi worked on last week and in the previous battery spacewalks.
No requirement for you to look at lights 1 and 2. They're on. We can see them.
Chris Kässidi will move on to remove an H fixture, and later Bob Benken will do the same on a separate H fixture. And to take you through those tasks, I'm going to toss it over to my colleague Shaniqua Vereen. Take it away, Shaniqua.
Copy, both caps secured. The last checks I had for us at this worksite was to verify.
Good morning. I'm NASA Shaniqua Vereen. We are now 40 minutes into the 231st spacewalk in the history of the International Space Station's assembly and maintenance. The crew members will be removing 2 H fixtures as the next task. EV1, Bob Bacon, indicated with the red stripe, is the lead spacewalker today, and EV2, Chris Kэssidi, will conduct the removals on the S4 and S6 trusses.
Josh, is that a good checkout on RITS?
Affirmative, RITS is a good checkout.
Always nice to add a new piece of capability to the space station, and there's always a capable group of folks behind it, but this one is particularly special. Dave Parker battling ALS. Wonderful to see a project that he's been involved with from the beginning. To see these lights illuminate. Congratulations, Dave.
Congratulations, Team Dave.
Team Dave.
Thanks, Chris. We appreciate the words.
NASA astronaut Chris Kэssidi will begin making its way to the 1AH fixture on the S4 truss, while Bob Bacon will remove the 3BH fixture on the S6 truss a little later. His first task will be to clean up the worksite of the previous battery EVA at the Integrated Electronics Assembly.
We'll just take as much WVS survey of the worksite, and particularly the cable routing, as you can.
Okay, copy. On EVA number 1 connector, there was a little bit of a short bend radius coming off of the 90-degree connector. Just loosened that up and have that in WVS. I think survey's complete.
Copy, Chris. We see the bend, saw the bend, and we concur.
And the bend radius on the EVA 2 side is phenomenal, looks good. All right, I think I captured it with the camera pro and on my camera.
Copy, Chris. That about wraps up RITS. We'll take a glove, hop, and gauntlet from you at this time.
Cap dry, gauntlets in place, gloves pristine, no change.
And you probably need a gauntlet inspection from me. Both gauntlets are up. Yes.
Thanks, Bob. Chris, with that, you'll be picking up the medium or U-bag and heading out to your next work site. H fixture.
Roger. Roger that. Or U-bag, H fixtures.
That's correct, and as a reminder, we'll stop at the anchors for Chris and just take a confirmatory on the hooks and locks there.
And past the PAPFR.
Copy that, Bob. Bob, you may as well head straight out and drop your green hook on the normal location 2072. Reminder to make sure the tether is routed zenith of the FRGF.
Say that again. Reminder that the tether is how?
Yeah, that it's routed clear to the zenith of the grapple fixture.
mean the grapple fixture near the P, PFR?
Affirmative.
And say again, which part of the grapple fixture? I heard minutes, but that doesn't mean anything to me.
And sorry, Bob, I just, what I said was just tether above that grapple fixture, so zenith side of the grapple fixture. Does that work?
Okay, zenith side, okay. Copy.
I may have said zenith and zenith, zenith side.
Copy.
Working on the or you bag.
Copy, Chris.
Crew members are currently about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. They're now heading to the H fixtures where they will be doing the removal for future power system upgrades.
Bob, we see you getting out towards your work site, Green Hook 2072.
Copy. Farting. Need a card.
Copy, Chris.
Looking hooks. Okay. Fine. On 3061. Gate closed. Locked.
Copy, 3061, closed and locked.
Zero 0 Bob. Closed and locked.
Copy, 3060, closed and locked. And proceed out to your Green Hook location 2110.
2110.
Good words.
Okay, my Green Hook is closed and locked on the handrail 2072.
Copy, Bob. Close locked on 2072. Before we get going with the IEA cleanup, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet for Bob.
My hat is dry. My gauntlets are up. And for glove inspections, my left glove looks to be in similar shape to when I parted the airlock. The black remaining on the index finger that we didn't retrim because it was mostly adhered. And on the right side, it's in pristine condition. Something different between my left hand usage and my right hand usage.
Copy, Bob. Good checks. We'll start up with the cleanup of the IEA, and if you want, you could also place any adjustables, the fair lead adjustables that you picked up earlier. If you wanted to now, you could put them in the crew lock bag.
Okay. I did drop one at the medium ORU bag, and so I just have the one at this point and go from there. So I'm already at the one side of the IEA, so I think I'll go ahead and take the gap spanner here and then work from here with the gap spanner to get it stowed in the crew lock bag to start.
Bob, we concur with that. Order your discretion. Just looking to clean up both gap spanners and 4 scoops.
Okay. All right. I have the GoPro on structure, one handrail away from 2110. I can get you the number in a second. I'm working on my hook on 2110.
Copy, Chris.
Hook in place, 2110.
Copy, green hook on 2110. Chris will be moving up to your H-fixture worksite. Reminder to take a trash bag out of that ORU bag.
Right, let me get the ORU bag here, down here.
You just heard Chris Kэssиди and Bob Bенken do a glove and hat check or helmet absorption pad check. They are expecting gloves for rips, scrapes, or stains that may indicate they need to go back inside for their safety. There's no problems currently. Everything is going great at this time in the EVA, in the spacewalk. We are currently in a handover. As you can see, you are currently seeing a view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We should have communications back shortly.
You bag in place. Opening it up.
Copy.
Bag. Got it?
Copy, Chris.
Josh, I've got the GoPro camera tethered to handrail 2071 near my green hook.
Copy, Bob. GoPro on 2021. handing over in 15 seconds.
Currently, we're getting a view of the International Space Station's flight control room. Right now, you can see the flight director, Allison Bollinger, and Josh Kudrick, who's doing the ground IV today.
Okay, climbing on.
We copy, Chris, you headed up the BGA. And Chris, maybe as you move, it's a good time for some of the words. We're going to be working with Fairchild fasteners. Those are a sharp edge concern all day when nominally released. And moreover, with the torque setting we're using, we expect to potentially break a bolt or two, resulting in a non-captive sharp edge and puncture hazard. So heads up on that.
Okay, I copy. All right, guys. PGT on calibrated, set at Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1.
And Chris, those are good settings. Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1. Before we start with the bolts, just looking to confirm that you have an adjustable to the H fixture back to the middle stanchion.
One in right now.
Copy.
Tighten marginally. A little bit of gear.
The International Space Station is currently flying 270 statute miles off the coast of Argentina. We are currently still in a loss of signal, but we should have communications come back shortly.
I might charge back on the inside. I'm just going to put it to the outside.
Okay, I copy. The last warning I had for you today was on the stored energy in the mounting plate and the fact that it can potentially pop off with a vector towards your EMU.
Okay, copy. All right. I am. Might be a little better. One turn complete on bolt 1.
I heard 2 turns on bolt 1. Get that copy.
One turn complete on bolt 1.
1 turn.
Here comes bolt 2. Bravo 7 counterclockwise 1.
Affirm.
One turn complete on bolt 2.
1 turn on bolt 2, copy.
Here comes bolt 3.
Chris Kässidi is currently untightening the 4 bolts.
Copy, 1 turn bolt 3. There's your hour mark, 1 hour. We're working towards a 6:40 PET, 15 minutes ahead, limited by MEDOX on Chris.
Copy, copy. One turn, bolt 4.
Copy 1 on bolt 4.
Okay, Josh, I think I'm going back to bolt 1, but let's confirm with you.
We may as well go to 1. Order is actually your discretion here, but what we are looking to do is all 4 bolts again, this time turning to a max turn count of 12, so no, up to 11 turns on bolts 1 through 4.
You got 11 turns. Maximum total turns is 12.
Good read back. Handing over in 20 seconds.
Kэssidi has made his way to the mass canister where the 1AH fixture is located. He has in tow his ORU, or his tool bag, which contains the tools that will be necessary for the removal. He is currently using his PGT.
How do you say that again? We're just getting you back from the handover now.
Or pistol grip tool to untighten and remove all 4 bolts.
Completely released. I did 11 turns, and I can see it popped out on its spring. Driving bolt 2, 7 turns for 11.
Copy.
I've retrieved the outboard gap spanner. It is back in the culotte bag.
Copy, Bob, on the outboard gap spanner.
Bolt 2 completed 11 turns. It has popped out on its spring. Both bolts 1 and 2, very smooth, low running torque the whole drive.
Okay, we copy those words, 11 turns on 1 and 2. Roger.
Bolt 3 is out. I stopped at 9.5 turns. I could see the bolt was out on its spring. I can drag those last 1.5, but or just leave it at that.
Concur, we copy 9.5, just leave it there, and we'll move on to bolt 4.
Good work.
As you just heard, Chris Kэssidi now has 3 of the 4 bolts out. After removing the 4th bolt, he will attempt to pry the H fixture away from the GSE pad, or ground support equipment pad, with a combo wrench.
locked again at 9.5. Bolt 4 is released on its spring.
Copy 9.5 on 4. And so that, Chris, will be trying for the H fixture itself, and we recommend using the combo wrench first.
Copy that. Okay, verify the adjustable's still there. RP and going into the thing.
We see it, we concur.
Attempt 1 complete. A little bit of wiggle, but it didn't budge. It didn't come off.
Copy, Chris. On attempt 1, we'll just pause for 30 seconds.
$119 to go.
Yep.
We concur, and we think...
retrieve the second gap standard change.
Copy, Bob. Chris, 30 seconds is up if you want to try again. Obviously, we're going to defer to you here on what you think you want to do going forward, but it looks like you want to try the wrench again.
Yep, I gave it an impulse that time. And attempt 2 complete. I'm going to go down and get the, what they're called, plier tools.
Pliers, yeah. We copy and concur.
The
tool formerly known as pliers, I guess. It was pliers. It was pliers.
It's a plier, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
If you recall, this is the second attempt at removing the H fixture. EVA 66 was the first attempt, which failed due to not having the proper tools. If the combo wrench does not work, Chris Kэssиди will use the pliers to attempt removal.
Okay, both gap standard chains are back to the crew lock bag. I'll start recovering scoops.
Copy, Bob. We're getting good video, Chris. It looks good to us. We had to push quite hard on those pliers to get them deep enough to actuate the ball detents.
Okay.
Released. Job.
That really looks good. Thank you.
Money.
And I think we'll want to, any words you have right now while they're fresh for Bob and for us would be appreciated on what did it.
Like you said, it took a little bit of wiggling and kind of pushing pretty good to get the 14 rolls of tape up in there.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of stayed put. I felt like a little action on the ball. I don't know if it went all the way up, but I felt a little bit of action on the ball. And then I put the wrench in to complete the maneuver.
So you think you got both of them released with the pliers, or just
one of them, the one more towards the solar array, it definitely felt like a ka-thunk when it finally went all the way in. The other one was sort of mildly feedback.
Okay.
Anyway.
And we copy all, Chris. I think the way the timeline's shaping up here is we'll clean up your present work site and then just end up repacking the ORU bag and taking it out to the other H fixture where we'll do it together with Bob.
Okay, sounds good.
You just saw the completion, a success for Chris Kэssidi now that he's removed the 1AH fixture.
Yeah, that was a pretty slick use of available tools on the space station. Nice work, you guys.
Copy. Thanks. Fingers crossed for the one to go.
Kässidi has now removed the 1AH fixture and will head to help Bob Bенken at the 3BH fixture on the starboard side of the S6 truss. Once he's finished cleanup, his
Copy, Bob. Thanks. Should be two more.
Once he has finished removal of his Once he has finished the cleanup for his work site, he will then move to the 3BH fixture on the S6 truss.
Josh, I've got the final 2 scoops for the crew lock bag.
Copy, Bob. We should be ready to inventory that bag when you are. And Chris, I see you cleaning up the bag. If you get ahead of us, a reminder that we want some GoPro or camera imagery of that GSE pad before you leave your work site.
Okay, you bet.
Okay, so Bob, whenever you're ready, we'll do the inventory next.
Okay, Josh, on the outside of the bag, there is a large, small, adjustable tether and a small, small adjustable tether.
Copy, Bob.
Inside the bag is a lot of stuff. There is a ret with a pip pin, a 9-inch hex driver, and a scoop.
Copy.
There's a long duration tie-down tether with an integral long wire tie attached to it.
Copy.
There is a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel with 2 rets in series.
Copy.
There is a gap spanner chain with a wire tie on an integral ret.
Copy.
There's an adjustable tether with a single onto a integral ret with a single scoop.
Copy.
There's a second adjustable with a scoop, to an integral ret with a scoop and a gap spanner chain.
Copy.
There is an additional gap spanner chain with an integral ret. And there is a ret attached to the inside of the bag. And then an additional scoop and a gas spanner chain combo, I believe, and I think that rounds it out.
Copy, Bob. Stand by.
Actually, one of the gap spanner chains appears to be on a ret. I don't know if I reported that as integral or not with the measurement in here.
And Bob, we're still having a look here. Just give me 2 more seconds. And so, Bob, it sounds like we're down just one adjustable. We're wondering if it's possible that there's one extra adjustable in there hidden behind all that stuff that we may not have called.
Each of the adjustables, I believe, is on a... How many adjustables do you think you have? To be...
And in total, we're looking for 3 internal adjustable equipment tethers. If it helps, one, in my mind, one would have a scoop, one would have a scoop and a gap spanner, and one is blank. I think that's what I heard from you.
I've got one with a scoop and blank. I've got one with a scoop and a gap spanner. I have a third with a scoop and gap spanner.
Okay, thank you, Bob. That solves it. We're good for you to pack the bag up.
Okay.
Video survey complete. Picking up the rebag and heading out.
Copy that, Chris. And just as you move there, Chris, it's really going to be your guys' call on this, who goes up the 3 Bravo BGA for that H fixture. We still need to get the crew log bag bundled to an APFR. So if it's easier, Chris, you guys want to do it, you can go ahead and do that. Just heads up on the safety tethers, because they'll probably end up crossing if you swap roles.
I think Bob should get to use the tools that he built.
I don't have any pride, though. Chris, if you're ready to go, either do it or take pictures or something, whatever you think.
You guys could also trade bags, so lots of options. We'll leave it to you.
All right. It was kind of fun, Bob. We should do it.
Okay. It was fun to inventory this bag. You should have inventoried this bag.
I should do it, huh?
You should do it. Definitely, you should do it. Obviously.
Now with completed cleanup, Bob Bенken will head to the 3BH fixture to begin its removal. Kässidi is now available to assist now that his 1AH fixture removal has completed.
Leave that back there. I'll take care of it. I'll move it over while you're...
I'll just bring it down if that's...
Oh, okay.
Makes sense. Like one hook away from having it free, so yeah, may as well just bring it. Okay. I have a red on it, and I'm going to bring it down. Sounds like the thing to do is go straight to the flyer. Combo. I think so.
We concur.
I think so. First hour of PET went by quickly. I guess we had about 10 minutes of display anomaly. Yeah. You're getting out there, I guess, around this corner where I am. Maybe I'm in your way. Yeah, we'll have to manage the tethers here in just a second, I think. Okay.
It appears that both crew members have made it to the work site.
And it's on the same adjustable as the combo wrench. Okay. So I might just move combo wrench and the flyer. Okay. Into one assembly. I think that'd be easier for you.
We copy, no concern.
Stuff. The crew lock bag is bundled onto the PFR. Okay, copy.
Copy, Bob. And Bob, can you just confirm that ingress aid was stowed?
The ingress aid was stowed. It was stowed on the previous EVA.
Copy, thanks.
So that's two adjustables, the plier and the wrench. Okay. And this wrench going to the bag, so. Okay. Okay, I see you rated, and I will release the bag rep. You've got it. Okay, I've got those tools, and then I think you need a trash bag. I've got a trash bag. Oh, that's right. And probably got to get out of your way. Yeah, I'm on the non-radiator side, yep.
You are now getting a helmet view from Bob Bенken. Once they finish prepping the work site, the two will work on removing the 3BH fixture.
Is there a dead end sign out there? Not to be.
Yeah. Don't see it. What body position did you use?
Kind of 90 degrees, like wrapped around, my belly wrapped around the canister. For the pliers. And then I put my feet parallel to the handrail, like we talked about, the push-pull method.
Okay.
For the wrench.
Should have given you the still camera.
Oh, yeah.
There's a GoPro right by your left hand.
Okay.
Bob, we see you arrived at the work site. You'll want to tether that H fixture to a handrail and then prep the small trash bag.
The H fixture is tethered to the handrail.
Copy, Bob.
Put on the trash bag.
Roger. And Chris, we're just talking about timeline down here. We are ahead, so to us it makes sense for you to remain at the work site for a few extra minutes just in case another set of hands is needed.
Totally agree. No rush to go anywhere.
The trash bag is prepped.
Copy, Bob.
It appears that it's still taking pictures.
Yeah, I agree.
We copy. Bob, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1.
Copy. Bravo 7, counter 1.
One to two turns each, just breaking torque on all 4 bolts initially.
Copy.
Now at the 3BH fixture, Bob Bенken will go through the same procedures as Chris Kэssidi, untightening the 4 bolts with the PGT and using the combo wrench and pliers to pry the fixture away from the GSE pad.
Is broke on the top left bolt. The top right.
Copy. What was the turn count on the first one?
A quarter turn.
Copy.
A full 1 to 2. Sorry, Josh, do you want a full 1 to 2 turns on each of these or just to break the torque?
And Bob, as long as the torque's broken, you're fine at a quarter, so we're good to keep going.
Top right is broken. Bottom left is broken.
Copy. Are they all about a quarter turns?
All 4 bolts, torque is broken, approximately 1.
Okay, we copy a quarter on all, and all 4 broken. We'll move on to the normal bolt turning. So now we're going through all 4 bolts again. Order is at your discretion. We don't want to go past 12, so a maximum of 12 turns. So, 11 3/4 is what you have left on all 4.
Okay, copy. We'll start on the top left bolt.
Roger.
For you, Chris, these came off at about 8 or 9.
1 plus 9, 9. Yeah, 10, closer to 10. Although I think it truly was out maybe a half or a bit before that. Yeah.
Handing over in 20 seconds.
8 turns. I got this one.
Copy 8 turns.
Top left is out at 8 turns. Moving to the top right.
Copy.
We are currently in a handover as our tracking satellites move between one another. We're going to have views of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The ISS is currently 262 statute miles above Mongolia.
And we're back with you. We'll be looking for the turns on the upper right bolt.
right bolt released at 9 turns. I think it came out a little bit before then, but you're pushing on the tool so you don't feel it. But 9 turns on the top right bolt.
Copy 9.
You into the bottom left.
Roger.
You are currently getting a view of Bob Benken's helmet cam as he finishes up untightening bolts on the H fixture.
Copy 8.
The bottom right is released after 8 turns as well. You can kind of feel the bolts come loose. It stops having their alignment. The only thing I can feel, sometimes you can feel thread skipping. I couldn't feel that, but I could feel it was with my trying to maintain alignment. And
we copy. As Bob sews the PGT and preps the tools, the pliers, I guess, Chris, we need a glove hop and gauntlet when it's convenient.
Tap, drag, gauntlet, big plate. Split, no change.
Copy.
did you put both of the pliers in?
Yeah.
And then go for the wrench after you felt like it was
yeah,
released, so you didn't try to stage the wrench at all? Seems like it would just float out.
For me, the pliers were not going to go anywhere, but the wrench was going to float away. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's that sun again.
Yeah.
Is there MLI covering your...
Yeah, on one side.
Yeah.
Did you feel it kind of slide?
I think so.
Yeah.
With all bolts removed, Bob Bенken is now trying to pry the fixture away.
And Bob, same words that Chris and I were talking about. If it helps, it is deceiving to me how far in the pliers have to go. And in the WVS, it looks as though the top plier, it's free now, but where you had it, there's still room for it to go in probably another half an inch before it will engage the detent.
That's the side with the MLI, right?
Yeah.
That top one looks pretty good to us now, Bob.
I think I got them both in at the same distance. It does take some oomph.
Yeah, it does.
A little bit slippery on that MLI as well. Okay, so now for the wrench. It's free.
All right.
Nice.
Nice.
Good job with the tools, guys. I wonder if we could, the next guy's color, put some markings on there so that you know how deep the pliers go.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good idea. We'll note it. Same thing here, Bob. We'll be taking the H fixture back to the bag with all your tools, obviously, and just looking to get some good footage of the GSE pad before you leave.
Success has happened. Both Chris Kэssidi and Bob Bенken have removed the 1A and 3BH fixtures at their respective work sites.
And I'll get you some good pictures as well.
Sounds good, Bob.
What do you guys think?
Bob,
you need a hand, or should I make my way back to the APFR and stuff?
I think you could make your way back to at least back to your APFR.
Okay.
Right, and then
get that organized.
Yeah, and then if you were gonna, I think we had talked about dropping a PGT there, so there's something to do. Might as well do that now, or you could just stick to the airlock, I guess.
And we think those are all good words, Chris. We have you taking the IEA APFR and crew lock bag back to the airlock for the APFR swap. But if you did want to work in a PGT drop-off or setting up the APFR for Bob, that's all good too.
Okay. Like the idea of the PGT just going in this bag, medium ORU bag. That's what you're talking about, right, Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'll do.
We copy PGT into the ORU bag. And so then, Chris, just to make sure we're on the same page, big picture-wise, after you drop the PGT off, we show you collecting the IEA, APFR, and crew lock bag and taking it back to the airlock.
I concur.
Copy. And the one...
I've got several...
Go ahead.
Several photos here. I was just trying to manage the light from my helmet lights to try to give you something. But there should be plenty of pictures.
Copy.
All right, Josh, I'm giving up my PGT and its RET. And I've also given up my adjustable for the H fixture.
Chris, we copy all and concur. In terms of equipment, Chris, one reminder we had for you was the MUT end effector. We think you have the GoPro still on you, but that the MUT was left back, so we'll want to take that with us when you pass it.
Yep, I got the MUT end effector and an adjustable from it on my body.
Copy.
And the pry bar is also in the bag.
Copy, pry bar in the bag.
Don't quite close it up because,
yeah, I'm just going to close one thing. Unless you want me to leave it totally open.
Nope, I'm going to, you can close one thing, that sounds fine.
Yep, one thing closed.
And then for Bob, in terms of the bag that you're packing, we will look to inventory that when it's convenient for you.
Copy.
With the H fixture removed, Bob Bенken is now going to take pictures of the GSE pad or the work site that he's just removed the fixture.
I've retrieved the H fixture and its associated adjustable, and I will be making my way back down.
Copy, Bob.
Bob, your GoPro is right next to the bag, and I did turn it off for that battery conservation.
Thank you.
Copy, GoPro off.
All right, Josh, so I have with me my GoPro, end effector, and adjustable. That was all the GoPro assembly. And I have, I think I've tagged up with you, but I've given up a adjustable and from my PGT and my PGT.
Chris, we copy all. We're with you.
Ready to the APFR left bag bundle.
Copy, Chris.
Moving it.
We copy. And for Chris and Bob, there's the 2-hour mark, 2 hours. We're approximately 15 minutes ahead on timeline. We have a 705 PT limited right now by Bob's Medox.
705.
Wow, that's a lot of. Cherish that number, my friend.
Yeah. 705.
Affirmative. And with that timeline discussion, Chris, if you concur, we think you definitely have the time here to make your way out to the ESP2 with 5 for the APFR exchange.
Okay, I concur. Bob, I'm going to head out unless you need something.
Nope, I'm just putting tools in the bag and then doing the inventory that you keep not getting to do.
We are currently 2 hours.
We'll need a glove, hap, and gauntlet, but your discretion, either before or after the inventory.
Okay. My hap is still dry. My gauntlets are both up. And my right glove looks to still be in steam condition. And no change on my left glove.
Copy, Bob.
Just looked back towards structure and there's this big bright red light and I was thinking, what the heck is that? I realized it's Ritz. Oh, it's Ritz.
Affirmative, it's on.
We are currently 2 hours and 1 minute into the spacewalk. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles above the North Pacific Ocean. We just heard Bob Bенken give a glove and hap check to ensure that there's no rips, scrapes, or stains on his gloves for continuing the spacewalk. I'm now going to toss it back to my colleague, Leah Cheshire.
An adjustable that I had previously retrieved from a fairly...
Copy, Bob.
Hook. Got it.
Thank you, Shaniqua. And we're coming up, actually, we just passed the 2-hour mark. In today's spacewalk, the astronauts set their suits to internal battery power this morning at 6:12 a.m. Central, 7:12 a.m. Eastern. It's been a successful spacewalk so far, and currently our spacewalkers, Chris Kэssиди and Bob Bенken, are about 15 minutes ahead of the timeline. Their first task outside of the hatch was to install the RITS. That's the Robotics Tool Storage, a protective unit outside the station, providing thermal and physical protection for tools. They routed the associated cables for the RITS, and it is now powered on and working well. The astronauts then worked to remove the 1A H fixture. The H fixtures needed to be removed for future power system upgrades and were originally attached for ground processing the solar arrays prior to launch. After a little difficulty on the July 1st spacewalk with removing these H fixtures, we saw success today with the astronauts using a wrench and some pliers to remove those H fixtures.
Stand straight up.
Both the 1A H fixture and the 3B H fixture have been removed, and in the middle of those tasks, Bob Bенken also completed cleanup around the integrated electronics assembly, the work site for the previous 3 spacewalks.
Copy, Chris.
The astronauts are now cleaning up the current H fixture work site. You can see one H fixture floating in front of the helmet camera of Bob Benken. Following this cleanup, they will head back to the airlock where they will conduct a safety tether reset in preparation for their next task. That next task will be preparing the Node 3 end cone, that's the Tranquility module, for the NanoRacks airlock. That will be the first commercial airlock on the space station and should launch on a SpaceX rocket later this fall. Following preparation of that work site, the duo will then begin cable routing. Following cable routing and a lens filter removal, today's spacewalk will be complete.
Okay, Josh, in the medium ORU bag, I have a PGT number 2 with associated RET. That RET came from my swing arm. Got an adjustable tether to an H fixture. Got a second adjustable tether to an H fixture. I've got a RET to an adjustable with a combo wrench on it. Another adjustable with the 2 pliers. There's also a RET, a trash bag. And a RET to an adjustable with Pylar in Chris's PGT. With an additional RET with a hammer and a PRS pen tool and its associated sheath. Both PGTs have batteries and wobble sockets.
Copy, Bob. Bob, just to make sure, the 2 pliers on the adjustable, is that on a RET as well going into the bag, that adjustable?
Into the adjustable with the combo wrench.
Copy, it runs with the combo wrench.
There's also one single free available RET inside of the bag, just tethered with nothing on it.
Copy. And Bob, that's a good internal config on the bag. You can pack it.
If you're watching online with us today, you can join the conversation by using the hashtag AskNASA. Submit your questions and tune in. We might just be able to answer them on the air. This one is from Kate, who asks, on average, while conducting EVAs or spacewalks, how many hours worth of oxygen do astronauts have in their suits before they need to head back inside?
A spacewalk can typically last anywhere from 6 to 8.5 hours because each spacewalk has 2 oxygen tanks. However, the amount of time an astronaut has using that oxygen varies based on their oxygen consumption and the carbon dioxide produced by the crew member. That carbon dioxide removal system allows for that longer spacewalk. So as some astronauts consume more oxygen than others, they have a longer amount of time outside the hatch.
What my goal is.
Affirmative. The goal is 6 Papa Papa F6 with the APFR and ingress aid in that with 5.
Copy all.
And Bob, big picture-wise, we'll be taking the bag over to the with 6 APFR. But before we leave the IEA for the last time, we want to verify the PVR pip pin in place.
Okay, copy. The external portions of this bag looks like it's got a large, small, and a small, small.
Copy, a large, small, and a small, small. We're checking. Bob, we're just trying to make sure we have all the adjustables we came out with. Can you confirm how many you have on your person before we head in?
I have one on my wrist and one on my mini workstation.
Copy.
Clocked at 6. The 2 black lines are aligned on the locking feature. Wiggle, pull. The APFR with ingress aid is installed.
Copy installed.
Quebec, moving Quebec to Papa.
Josh, I'm standing by.
And Bob, we're just trying to make sure on the adjustables. So the 2 fair leads you took out at the start of the day, we're tracking that one went to a bag and then ended up being used for a H fixture. Do you have the second one on you? Do you know?
The second one was just used for the second H fixture.
Copy. Bob, sorry, we're just doing a last-minute check. Stand by.
Teams here on the ground working with the astronauts to conduct tools and tether checks before heading on to their next task.
And Chris, when you're able, we just wanted to ask you how many total adjustables you have on your person, and then we're going to move on from it.
That are not associated with this crew lock bag, you mean?
Yeah, it's affirmative on your mini workstation or your BRT.
0.
Copy, 0.
6, Papa, box 6, the pitch joint is locked, and the ingress aid is flat against the boot plate. The wire tie was not moved.
Copy, Chris. Good config.
Okay, guys, I'm going to just go ahead and move to check the radiator pip pin, and then come back to the bag, and then clear out of here all at once.
Copy, Bob. And turns out we noticed the PVR pip pin in your WVS, so no need to head back over to it, and we're good for you to start translating.
Okay. Did you account for all the adjustables, or there's one more in this bag that I missed?
So we're still working on that. We think there might be one more in the bag that we missed. But to be clear, the consensus here is we'll get moving. We'll find it later.
I'm going to pick up my green hook.
Copy, Bob. So big picture here. Bob, you'll be taking the ORU bag and EP APFR over to the starboard seated cart. Chris, you'll be taking the APFR you just removed back to the airlock. And then once that's all done, we'll sync up for the tether work.
Okay, copy. And my green hook is closed and locked onto my red reel.
Copy, Bob. Good config.
Josh, what's the clocking for this extender?
Yeah, so at the WIF 11 WIF extender, we don't have specific settings required. We just need you to tell us how you leave it. Low profile is the best.
This is the sticky one.
As our astronauts prepare for their next task, which is actually heading back to the airlock to do some safety tether resets, we have another Ask NASA question regarding the temperature outside the station. TJ asks, at what temperature does the sun hit your suits at the closest point to the sun, as opposed to the furthest point away before darkness? As you can see, it's currently dark outside the International Space Station because we are in an orbital nighttime, with the station orbiting 262 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean. This means it can be negative 250 degrees outside. When in the sunlight, it can be 250 degrees positive outside. The astronauts have a special cooling garment underneath their suits, and they can constantly control the temperature to ensure they are either cool or warm whenever they are in or out of the sunlight.
And the blocking black lines are aligned on the WIF into the WIF extender, and the WIF extender is also confirmed. Locked in there. I think that's installed.
Copy, Chris. We concur. Good install. Chris, if just before you leave, make sure that pitch knob is popped out for us.
Is
Copy.
firm blocked. We'll open the thermal cover.
Your go for that. We see opening the thermal cover and stowing the bag.
My waist tether is closed and locked on the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy,
the
waist.
Crew hook side is closed and locked on my right D-ring extender.
We copy, Chris. Good config.
Okay, Josh, I've got the ORU bag bundled to the APFR, and it's the APFR is tethered to my BRT. I'm going to release the APFR, throw it on my BRT.
We copy and concur, Bob.
And Josh, I'm going to take an adjustable from the outside of this crew lock bag and restock my BRT.
Copy that, Chris.
You know, my BRT has an adjustable on it.
Copy that. And so, big picture, gents, Bob, we show you headed to the APFR to install that, or CETA card rather, to make the install in WIF 5. Again, here we don't have any particular settings. We just want it low profile, and we'll look to hear those settings from you.
Copy.
And then for Chris, once you're complete with the bag ops there and the tether moves, we'll come back outside the airlock and walk through some of the pip pin inspection steps.
Okay. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
From NASA astronaut Bob Benken's helmet camera, this view right here, you can see he's holding the APFR. That's the articulating portable foot restraint. That gives the astronauts a place to secure their footing and work from whenever at a different work site. He's going to be moving that to a different WIF or work site interface near the CETA cart. CETA stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid.
Chris, I'm headed back inboard.
Roger that. I am secure to the, in a load path manner to the airlock viewing extender.
Copy.
We're currently in a satellite handover of our tracking data and relay satellite system, so you're checking out a view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where teams are monitoring systems aboard the station and the spacewalkers themselves. You might have noticed the crew members using GoPros throughout the spacewalk, and this question from Burton wonders what they are used for. The GoPros are used to capture video footage of the work sites before and after the astronauts' tasks are complete. That footage is afterwards sent to the ground for later evaluation. The GoPros also capture some pretty stunning video footage of the Earth, as recently shared by NASA astronaut Chris Kэssidi on Facebook and Twitter.
Time and 10 EVAs going into the staging bay.
First time for everything. Yep.
Hey Josh, I've got the still camera.
Copy, Chris. And so, Chris, like you're doing there, we see as many pictures as you can grab. And the first bullet that the team here was interested in is just looking to make sure that the grounding strap wasn't pinched behind the pip pin and that there wasn't any other kind of FOD behind it, preventing it from going all the way in.
Affirmative. Grounding strap is not pinched.
Copy that. The second question was looking for your thoughts on how or if it would be possible to tie the pip pin in place so that it couldn't come out. And options here were to secure the pip pin itself or to
I'm trying to make sure I picture correctly the hatch closed. Hatch closed.
And Josh, I'm cleared to continue all the way to the CETA card, is that right?
Affirmative, Bob.
You want me to stop at this anchor point, okay?
This view from Chris Kæssidi's helmet camera shows the astronaut is at the airlock of the International Space Station, where he and Bob Bенken egressed this morning. Kæssidi is conducting a pip pin inspection, that stands for push and pull pin. Meanwhile, Bенken is on his way to the CETA cart, the Crew Equipment Translation Aid, to install an APFR. That's an articulating portable foot restraint. Once complete, he will join Kæssidi at the airlock, and the two will conduct a tether reset before moving on to their next task, preparing the Tranquility module for the future installation of the NanoRacks airlock.
Chris, we see you taking lots of pictures. Thanks for that. Reminder here was that, if possible, we're looking for the still photos and GoPro.
Okay. One of the lanyards, I don't know if you, on the aft side hatch, there's an aft fit pin kind of back in there. The lanyard is wrapped around the spring mechanism. It's not part of the problem we're talking about, but I think it loosens up once the hatch closes.
Copy.
It's different from the other side is what I'm saying.
Roger that.
As Bob Bенken prepares to install this articulating portable foot restraint, you may be getting a glimpse at two small mirrors on his wrist. So good eye, Kess. He says he's currently watching the spacewalk and wondering what that mirror is. The primary reason the crew wears these mirrors on their wrists is to be able to see the front of their spacesuit because that's out of view. The labeling on the front of the spacesuit is written in mirror image because it's intended to be read via those mirrors. This helps the astronauts be able to see the switches and labeling on the front of the suit, including for things like volume, display contrast, and even their cooling settings.
Copy, Bob.
Clocking is 7. Clocking of 7. Pitches Papa Papa. Get you rolling, y'all, once the bag is off.
I copy 7, Papa Papa.
Feeling any better about that thing, Chris?
Well, instructions don't move it in the bad direction, so they're both fully smushed in, you know?
Yeah.
So without moving anything, I'm not really getting any concrete data. I'm not advocating moving it. I'm just,
yeah.
Chris, we have an ask here. If you can point at the aft issue that you were talking about with the lanyard, just point at the aft lanyard in WVS. Thanks.
the other ones are nice and loose.
Okay, copy. Thanks. It's helpful. I have one more question for you, and that's just your thoughts as you look at that on a pip pin replacement. So if we were to try to replace the forward pip pin, how's the access? And specifically, do you have access to the bolt head tying down at the lanyard?
Yes. You need a kind of IVA tool, but I'm sure those can come up with that plan.
Okay, copy that.
I think you'd need, I think it's called a universal joint. That allows the tool to bend in two axes.
Roger. And for Bob, when you're able to look to confirm that the pitch knob is back out.
Yes, the pitch knob was back out.
And we see it. We see your finger action on the pip pin, Chris.
What else can I do for you here, Josh? I think GoPro's complete.
Yeah, we're asking around the room, but it sounds like that's it for questions we have right now. Thanks very much.
And the remainder of the settings are Foxtrot 9, Josh, for the APFR with 5.
Copy Fox 9er, Bob. Thank you. And so that's good. We're synced up at pretty much the same time between Bob and Chris. All we've got left to do is the anchor reset. So Bob, let us know when you're out there.
With Bob Benken's APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, installed, he is now moving back to the airlock to join Chris Kässidi, whose helmet camera view you see here, for a tether reset. We are 2 hours and 36 minutes into today's spacewalk.
I'm at the anchors.
Copy, Bob. So you can tether to Chris's anchor hook. It should be on 3061.
Copy.
And then Chris, when you're ready, you can give Bob a go to release your anchor hook.
I am tethered to your anchor hook.
Roger.
Okay. I'm ready.
Tethered in the airlock.
All right, and I'll confirm one more time. On the airlock D-ring extender, my waist tether is closed and locked on the big hook side, and closed and locked on my right waist tether, or D-ring extender on the crew hook side. I'm ready, Bob.
Okay. And go ahead, Josh, for the next.
Affirmative. So, Bob, you're going to release Chris's anchor, and it's going to go to your red reel where the green hook is attached.
Okay. Just for everybody's awareness, I'm going to actually attach it to the waist tether that is attached to my suit. With the waist tether on there, there's not room for another hook on there.
Copy, Bob. We're checking. And Bob, we're good with that.
Chris's anchor is closed and locked to my right waist tether hook, which is also closed and locked.
We copy, Bob. That's a good config. You can retrieve your anchor hook from 3060, stow it on your mini workstation.
Copy.
Cover's closed.
Copy, closed.
Okay, I've retrieved my anchor hook.
Copy, Bob. Your go to translate to the airlock. Reminder on both CETA carts to double tap basically the last brake that you pass.
Copy. You've got everything you need for the APFR, correct? With 5.
Affirmative.
Okay.
We are 2 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, and as we mentioned earlier, today he will not see any battery removal or replacement occurring, contrary to the previous 3 spacewalks. The astronauts moved speedily through those removal and replacement of nickel hydrogen to lithium-ion batteries in the first 3 spacewalks, leaving time for these other upgrades. There is one final battery to be installed, a lithium-ion battery that is currently on the space station. The battery it will be replacing tripped last year and was rendered and was needed to be disposed of, so it was replaced with nickel hydrogen batteries. Those will be removed and replaced by that lithium-ion battery in a future spacewalk.
And Chris, just a comment on the camera without MLI. Our preference is that that one stays in the airlock just due to some thermal consids on it.
No problem.
I'm almost back with the other one, Chris.
Okay, then I got you in sight.
This view of NASA astronaut Bob Bенken on his way to the airlock to meet up with Chris Kässidi. You can tell this is Bенken by the red stripes around the legs on his spacesuit. That designates him as EV-1, or the lead spacewalker for today. Today marks the 10th spacewalk for both Bенken and Kässidi.
Large ORU bag, and I'm bringing back a medium.
Concur.
And we can leave the medium outside, or does it need to go back in the airlock?
Let me ask, Bob.
I'm right here with I got a hook foot away from me. It can go in there.
Okay, sounds good.
Like 2 seconds. It's the same effort, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Copy.
And we concur with that plan. We're also good for the medium ORU bag to stay outside, either option.
In this view from Chris Kæssidi's, or from Bob Benken's helmet camera, you caught a glimpse of the blue Earth below. That's the South Atlantic Ocean as the International Space Station flies 268 statute miles above.
Ready.
Moving my BRT route. Okay. And you have the bag. I've got the bag. I'm just going to real quick tidy up the camera. Sounds good.
We copy.
Didn't melt. Okay. Camera without MOI is stowed in the staging bag.
Copy.
Going out, Chris, I'll get your picture.
Coming out. Where'd you go?
I'm on the airlock.
A quick handover of that tracking data and relay satellite system. The astronauts are preparing to reset their safety tethers before heading out to continue the work for the day. The next task for them will be preparation for the future installation of a NanoRacks airlock.
Anchor hooks, I agree. Both my safer handles are down.
I can see both of your safer handles are down.
It looks like I got a non-retracting, just a little bit, Okay.
We copy safers down. Can you just say again the remark about the non-retracting? Were you talking about a reel?
Take each other really on it.
Each other reel, it's fixed.
Okay, copy. We lost you there for a bit of a longer handover, but next up we'll do the anchor resets. Bob's yours going to the forward external D-ring.
My hook is closed and locked from my green reel to the forward D-ring.
Copy, Bob. Take Chris's anchor hook to the aft D-ring.
Okay, that's in work. The two anchor hook Closed and locked. Aft D-ring.
We copy EV2's closed and locked to the aft D-ring. Chris, Bob, when you guys are ready, Chris, you can give the go for Bob to, Chris, you'll release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
It's complete. Thermal cover coming close.
Copy, close.
And I'm working on retrieving the large or U-bag.
Josh, what part of the world are we over?
Blue part.
There's a big brown part down there, too.
Yeah. I've got the large or U-bag onto my ERT. I think we play follow the leader.
Mm-hmm.
No tree. Is it Africa?
You'd be amazed at how much discussion this is generating.
If you heard the NASA astronauts discussing where they might be coming up.
Africa, probably Angola.
Okay.
They are approaching the coast of Africa, Angola specifically.
Okay, Bob, I think I'm ready to go if you are.
I am ready to go.
And going aft and up, and can put my tether in a way that suits you if you'd like.
Okay. That is low profile like you read about, Chris.
Hard for me to find material to read about that.
And we concur, go to translate, reminder on the Node 1 path to avoid CP12 WETA, the Node 1 bags, and the CETA light.
One bag and a CETA light. Okay, copy all. A quick check for Doug. Well, come on down here for a sec.
And Chris, we did lose your WVS. We think you might have bumped the power switch.
Oh, my bad. Under, keep going under.
Bob Benken and Chris Kэssidi are now on their way to their next work site. That's Node 3, or Tranquility. That's where the life support systems for the International Space Station are housed. They'll be working specifically at the end cone, as this is where the NanoRacks airlock will be delivered in the future. The airlock will be the first commercial airlock on the space station and will launch on a SpaceX rocket later this fall. Today, the astronauts will be preparing the area for that future installation.
And Chris, as you approach Node 3, further caution to avoid touching the CBM pedals on beam.
Okay. Great. Covers on beam.
Hey, friend, we have your WVS back.
Look at that.
WVS stands for Wireless Video System. That's the helmet camera view you're getting right now. This one is currently from Bob Benken's helmet camera. Chris Kэssidi just reset his so that we're receiving imagery from his helmet camera as well.
Right, son. Yep. There's that bright sun again.
Coming up on 3 hours into today's spacewalk, which started at 6:12 a.m. Central, 7:12 a.m. Eastern Time, a look back at what the astronauts have accomplished so far. Their first task of the day was to install the Robotics Tool Storage, or RITS, onto the mobile base system. The RITS is a protective storage unit outside the station for tools, and it will provide thermal and physical protection. Following that installation and cable routing, the duo moved to the 1AH fixture. Those H fixtures were used for ground processing of the solar arrays prior to launch, but needed to be removed for future power system upgrades. Following some trouble on the first attempt to remove those on July 1st, we saw a clean removal today of that 1AH fixture. In the meantime, Bob Benken was cleaning up the integrated electronics assembly worksite from the previous 3 spacewalks. He then moved on to remove the 3BH fixture, another one of those fixtures originally used for ground processing. The astronauts cleaned up that work site and moved back to the airlock to reset their safety tethers. They are now en route to the Tranquility module, also known as Node 3, to prepare it for the NanoRacks airlock deliver later this year.
Shield center disk cover in Node 3 itself.
Copy.
Chris, you're
coming around the corner.
Roger.
Chris is green hook on 0652. And Bob, we had 0649 for your green hook, if that works.
Okay, copy.
I keep mine on the nadir side. You can flick from Bob, or would you really like it?
And Chris, no, it's your discretion. Just let us know where you drop it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just coming up on the other side, so I think we're naturally,
you can flick it here. I think it works out nicely. 0611.
And the astronauts have arrived at node 3. You can see that end cone there. They will be removing and stowing the pressurized mating adapter cover. They will do some cable work and then tie back 3 axial shields.
And Chris and Bob, there's the 3-hour mark, 3 hours. We have 7-hour PET available, limited by MEDOX. PET available, by MEDOX. We're roughly 10 minutes ahead of timeline.
Need a hand up there, Bob, or anything?
no, I just need to get my green hook taken care of.
Yep.
Green hook is on 0649.
Copy, Bob.
I can undo this side and flop it towards you.
See, there's the cupola, so I need to get the bag all the way up on that side, right?
Yeah.
A view here of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where teams are monitoring station systems and the astronauts' suits, as well as walking them through their tasks today.
Does PMA cover have a home on HTV?
We'll ask, I don't know.
Okay, it's not important.
The hinge side to handrail 607. Right, Josh?
And Bob, I missed the first part of your transmission, but if it's for the PMA bag, we plan to stow that up on 0654.
That's one, so maybe one more radial over.
Yeah, it's basically the zenithmost point of node 3.
0660.
Yeah, just to the aft of 0660. And we
right on top of this stuff.
As you can see, we don't currently have video communications with the International Space Station. These types of satellite handovers are tracked.
Opening up towards the vertical handrail 0660.
Copy.
However, as you can hear, we do still have audio communications with the station.
Okay, so it's tethered on this side. I'm going to release my ret. If it's convenient for you to get that side or not. Where's the other desired spot? 066060. Zenith. I think the zenith. It's complete. Right now we're going to open up the bag.
We concur. And you'll be looking to take the crew lock bag and temp stow it. We were going to suggest handrail 0655. That's immediately stationed forward of your 0654.
And so I think we want to open maybe one end of it. This side, this is the backstop side, right? Okay. But then that should go. Oh, this one. You gotta get the crew lock bag out. Yeah. You just want to get the crew lock bag out or no? I'm about to find out. Yeah.
And A for
that.
yeah, it's affirmative. We want to take the crew lock bag out and temp stow it forward of the ORU bag. We had handrail 0655.
Copy. I've got the crew lock bag. Out. Pass that to you. Okay. That tether, here comes this integral tether.
And so, Chris, once you have that
tether is secure.
We see it once the crew lock bag is down on its own tether. The tether running to the crew lock bag from the ORU bag is what we're going to run down to the PMA cover.
Copy. Go.
You can see we've regained video from the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Chris Kässidi on your right and Bob Bенken on your left at Node 3, or the end cone of the Tranquility module.
Cover.
Their first task for this airlock preparation is to remove the PMA cover. That stands for Pressurized Mating Adapter.
Copy that.
Can you guys hear me from inside?
Yeah, I got you. Got you loud and clear, Doug.
It looks like they're coming back. You just had a drop out of 1 and 2. We should be coming back any minute.
Copy. Nice to see you over there, Doug.
You guys are looking good.
That's the voice of NASA astronaut Bob Benken, also on board the International Space Station, working from the inside today to support the spacewalk.
Try them on 3 and see what they want you to do.
Chris and Bob, wait.
Released? I have 2 and an adjustable. 2 adjustables released, is that right?
That's correct. I'm ready to do this one too.
And that's just Velcro, right? Velcro.
And that would be the voice of Doug Hurley inside the International Space Station. Bob Benken is down and to the left in the suit with the red stripe around the legs. And just behind him to the left is the Bigelow Expandable Activity Module, or BEAM.
This one to go.
Okay, and I have one right in front of me, okay?
Want me to do this one?
I wanted to do is see if there's any of this Velcro that's all over it. I found you found one down there.
I found 2. Here's another one.
Yeah, here's another one as well. And Josh, are you back with us?
And Bob, sorry about that. It looks like we are back with you now. Loud and clear.
Got you loud and clear as well, Josh.
Okay, good news.
So all I see, Bob, is the adjustable in front of me and the adjustable in front of you.
Yep, I agree. Want to try to send that flap this way?
Absolutely, yeah. One more over there.
At the top.
I can go get it if you want to just stay there.
Yeah. And Josh, are you still with us?
And Bob, affirm, we are here. We're not sure how much of the comm we missed with you, but in terms of the big picture, you should have the large ORU bag stowed and a ret running from it to the PMA cover. Is that about right?
That's correct. And we have 2, one of the adjustables released, working on Velcro straps. And then once we get the Velcro straps released, we'll start working on making the blanket smaller and releasing a little bit more.
Copy, and we concur. Velcro, straps off, and then stuffing the cover into the bag.
You can see that PMA, or pressurized mating adapter cover, hovering there, and just below it the ORU bag, the orbital replacement unit bag, where it will be stored. That's the first task in the preparation of the NanoRacks airlock for future installation.